morning, everyone. Yes, and thank you for the coffee. And right. So, first of all, do I have any apologies? Everyone's here. Declarations of interest, I haven't been notified of any. Public participation, public forum, no public forum presentations advised. So we come to deputations by appointment, 350.org, Christchurch, Charles Jace. Would you like to come forward and present to us on item 10, provision of electricity?
Thank you. Morning. I want to start with a reference to a summary of comment that David Bedford, the chairman of the ECAN, made after ECAN voted to oppose the deep sea oil drilling. And he said, this is the first time in our council where we have looked beyond the people and the environment of Canterbury, and we've made a moral decision that affects people right around the world. And I'd just like you to keep that in mind, because buying electricity is one of those moral decisions that will affect people around the world. The report to the council read the electricity contracts that will be discussed later in this council meeting, said that there was no need for community consultation because they could not identify any community groups that might be affected. When a decision on housing is imminent, housing advocacy groups are consulted. So I suggest that when carbon emissions, which is going to be part of your decision about the electricity contract, is to be discussed, then carbon advocacy groups like ourselves should in fact be consulted. The electricity procurement process, looking at option 2, was, in our opinion, not properly researched or considered. I recognize the problem for councils in following recommendations of staff when those recommendations are based on an outside source like EnergyLink, which may or may not have performed a comprehensive analysis. To raise 2 points of question about their analysis. One is in 518, they said that the extension of the Huntly Power Station from 2018 to 2022 is because of fears that without Huntly, other generators would not have enough backup. And yes, that is what was publicly said. But if that were true, Genesis would not have planned to close Huntly in 2018 in the first place. Greenpeace discovered that the wholesale electricity price for every provider is based on that of the most expensive generator. As Huntly is the most expensive generator in this country, all generating companies would have seen their profit margins decrease if Huntly was closed. So that's the main reason Huntly was extended, keep profit margins up for all the other companies. But more to the point of this particular meeting is that they say in 5.16 that all generated electricity is combined on the general spot market. Now that's just simply not true. They ignored the fact that there is an eco spot market in New Zealand, and through that they can buy renewable energy on the spot market. So those are only 2 examples that I noticed where I thought their analysis was a bit lacking. When I discovered on Tuesday afternoon that the electricity procurement contract was on today's agenda, I read through the recommendation, which is option 1, which is to continue with the MBIE AOG contract, but using even more polluting generators than with the current Christchurch City Council supply contract. So I knew there had to be a better way. It took me exactly 2 hours to not only find a carbon zero certified supplier for the City Council, but also to procure a quote for providing electricity to the council at the same cost as option 1. I've provided that quote to Joe Daly, and she can make it available to you. This provider provides totally renewable energy to many large electricity users, including Fulton Hogan, the Environment Commission, ACC, Les Mills Human Rights Commission, Queenstown Airport, Auckland University of Technology, and many others. And they're currently in discussion with providing to the Christchurch Hospital Board and to the Auckland City Council. Because they are carbon zero, if future governments impose a carbon tax, which we in 350 think that they must at some stage, the Christchurch City Council would not have to pay a carbon tax on their electricity if they used a carbon neutral source. This company recently won 2 out of the 10 Sustainable Business Network annual awards. The company, in association with Juice Point and ChargeNet New Zealand, are the leading suppliers of charging infrastructure and electricity for electric vehicles and the expanding network of EV charging stations. The company is wholly 100% New Zealand owned. 49% of the company is owned by Pioneer Energy, which is the Otago-based community-owned power generator. The company has a sister company through Pioneer Energy that can provide the council or entities of the council with eco audits and carbon mitigation advice. If the CCC, the Christchurch City Council, sorry for my abbreviation, contracted the company to provide 20 gigahertz hours, which is 1/3 of your normal requirement or your last year's requirement. If the Christchurch City Council contracted this company to provide 20 gigahertz hours of its electricity requirements for the next 30 months, it would save the carbon output equivalent to putting 660 electric cars on the streets of Christchurch. 350.org Christchurch submits to this council that it buy 20 gigawatt hours annually of the electricity from Ecotricity, the company that I'm referring to, and that I have got a quote from. And then evaluate over the next 30 months with the object of going to 40 gigawatt hours, in other words, 2/3 of your usage in the next contract round. The mechanics of putting it in place are simple. It'll take about 2 weeks to sign up the contract. Council staff would then identify a number of Christchurch City Council owned or operated building sites that together would use 20 gigawatt hours annually, and Ecotricity would provide electricity directly to those buildings, and they could hook up within a few days. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Does any councillor have questions? Aaron? And Pauline?
Could probably ask you 100 actually. So why are you suggesting only 1/3 of our electricity done this way and not all of it?
I think on a practical basis, well, I shouldn't really be speaking for you, but I would have thought that one would want to trial and have what your existing supplier as well, so you can compare and so on. But I mean, that'd be up to you and maybe with reference to your staff of whether you could go all the way and do all 60 gigahertz hours.
Okay, so 2 other quick questions. One is when the aluminium smelter closes, do you see electricity prices reducing? What's your group's opinion on that?
We don't have an opinion because we haven't analysed it.
And then finally, in the report it said that all our electricity supplies that we receive here are South Island generated from renewable energy. So where does the carbon side come in your equation?
Because the new contract would include Contact Energy and Genesis and Trust Power, and they all generate electricity that produces either carbon or methane. Methane in the case of the gas generated, the geothermal generated. And so what will happen in that contract with all 4 of those companies, that there would be a movement of the load, I suppose, depending on their ability to generate and feed into the system, and you would be getting hopefully most of it from Meridian but then you would also be fed in from time to time from the other companies. And the carbon assessment of that is quite an easy thing to do.
Pauline?
Thanks, Charles. Following along on the same theme, just to clarify, the report says that because all renewable energy is produced in the South Island, we would be only sourcing our energy from that source,
Yes.
not from the big pot New Zealand-wide.
Yeah, but that's not correct.
And you said that's not correct?
No,
Okay.
because if you've got 4 companies in the contract, and they do change, they switch. We provide a lot of energy to the North Island, but sometimes we get it back in
No,
certain
but I think that's the report says it doesn't come back the other way. We buy ours, that's what I'm trying to clarify.
My understanding is when we're in a drought year and we have to reduce the amount of water that comes out of Benmore and the other dams, that we do get it back.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, I haven't seen the
This is a question we
electricity
can direct
report.
to staff, but Sarah's not going to get a question unless she asks it right now.
Thanks, Charles. So just while you've given us an alternate option today and you quoted David Bedford earlier, why is it really important for us to do this?
Well, it's, one of the things is that it's part of the council's long-term plan, reducing carbon emissions, and it's also a moral choice, not only in terms of Christchurch, but of the whole world. And by using a total renewable source, you can reduce carbon, as I said, equivalent to 660 electric cars on the road per year. And that meets not only your sustainable goals, the council's sustainable goals, but the worldwide need to reduce carbon.
Very much. And thank you for making the time to come in. Normally we would go straight on to the item concerned, but as you'll have noticed on the agenda, 2 of the attachments are in the public excluded part of the meeting, and that's because they contain confidential pricing information, so we will deal with this item as the last item on the agenda, go into PX to discuss the attachments, and then come back out and have the debate on the report itself. So I'm sorry I can't assist in terms of bringing it forward on the agenda today, but because of the nature of the information that we're considering, that is the only way that I can really manage it in order to get the meeting running smoothly.
Yeah.
So thank you very much for your presentation.
Okay, thank you for your time.
The next item on the agenda is presentation of petitions, and there are no petitions for presentation. So we move on to item 5, Hallsville Hornby Riccarton Community Board consultation on the location of library, aquatic, recreational and customer service facilities in Southwest Christchurch, January 2017. Could I have staff? Okay. Look, this would normally come up as a community board recommendation on the community board day, and if that were the case, then the chair of the community board, who I've just been advised is in attendance, I didn't realise that, Mike, you were here. So I'd actually quite like Mike to come to the table first. Good. And then, sorry about
No, that's fine.
I mean,
we were wondering.
Happy to stay there.
Okay, we'll
and
sit with Mike.
if Mike could just be in front of a mic.
Mike?
So it's all yours, Mike.
Yeah. Thank you, Mike.
I always remember Mike Moore saying 2 mics don't make a sound system, but there you go.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and councillors. This is something that's been in the pipeline for quite a long time, and we're the Hallsville Hornby Riccarton Community Board are very, very pleased that we've got to the stage now where we've got options we can go out and consult with So very, very pleased to introduce to you this item and our Community Board's recommendation.
No, we're going into questions first.
Made a change number 12.
Sorry, yeah, and I'll just make a note here that we changed the, there's been a change to the wording of recommendation 3, so you may not be aware of that, Mike, so I'd quite like to draw your attention to it.
So that's the our board's recommendation?
Yes, so I'm sorry, but
Clarification.
it seemed to me it needed to be more explicit in terms of what it referred to. I'll just see if I can find the existing wording so that I can show you what we've done. Sorry.
And I must apologise, Madam
Yeah.
Mayor, I do have cataracts that are in the pipeline, so I can't
let me just run through it. I
see
think you'll be happy with it, but I'd really like to hear you say that publicly. Note that in order that the overall capital program that note that in order that the capital program that supports this project is affordable to the council, an ongoing commitment to divest local property that is deemed to be surplus to requirements is needed. That's what it said before.
Yep.
And now what it says is note that to ensure that the new facility is affordable within planned operating expenditure, decommissioning of superseded facilities such as the Hornby Library and disposal of the council's interests will be required. So what it's clear is that if we open a brand new library, we ain't going to keep operating the old one.
We just need to be clear on that, I think, to help Mike, that it doesn't include Foranui, because I know that a lot of us will be jumping down.
Yeah, but it's not.
Doesn't include...
Foranui pool.
So maybe we
Okay.
take out the word such as, because actually the only one is the Hornby Library, isn't it?
So what we're hearing, what I'm hearing then, is that there's money in the budget for a new library, community facilities, service centre, etc., and there's also money in the budget for a pool. To make that happen, we would need to actually sell the decommission the existing Hornby Library.
When we build a new library, if we build a new library as part of this new complex, we're not going to keep the old library.
Right.
Is that...
That would be the expectation of the board, that
Right.
that we've got a new library in Hornby, and we wouldn't see any reason to keep the old library.
Right.
As far as our board would be concerned, that's what we were expecting to happen, Madam Mayor and Councillor.
So can we take out the word decommissioning of the superseded facility, namely the Hornby Library? Put namely the Hornby Library.
Yep. Comfortable with that?
Yeah, and put the word the before superseded.
And the Hornby Library is City Council owned,
Some.
Yeah. No,
There
it's
is-
not. 60% is.
60%.
Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah,
That's why we say
it's
the council's
apparently it's
interests.
also owned by a community trust. So
That's why it's got council.
so has anyone got questions for Mike? Yanni, Phil, Andrew.
Hi, Mike. Thank you for the report. I just wanted to check that in terms of the disposal or the decommissioning of the Hornby Library, do you think we need to be more explicit about the decommissioning of the library versus divesting the property interest? E.g., do we know if there's has the board considered that there may be other community uses for that property without selling it off?
The library as it sits now is it's a library and community centre, and there is a trust that run the community, the Hornby Community Centre, which is the home for op shops and Citizens Advice Bureau, etc., etc. So that I'm expecting that what we're talking about is the library portion of the building itself.
Right, so you're happy for council to sell that off to whoever?
Well, it would be decommissioned and then deemed surplus, and then we'd go through the normal process of asking the community, is there any community interest in this site before it's sold? That's my understanding of when city council facilities or assets are deemed to be surplus, then there is a process that goes through, and they ask the community, is there a need to retain this for any purpose? If not, then it would be disposed of.
I just think for the sake of clarity, it might be quite good to make reference to that. We'll go through a disposal of surplus property process on the site, rather than just say that we will dispose of it. Until
Absolutely.
we've done that, we don't actually know what the outcome will be.
Absolutely comfortable with that, Councillor Johansson.
Council had the process that we can follow, so
That's
yeah,
fine.
it goes without saying.
I would expect there would be the
Goes
normal
without saying.
disposal process that would happen with any facility, and we would really like to confirm that would happen, that we would consult or give the opportunity for community interest in that before it is disposed of.
My understanding is it's a two-stage process. There's a process of if a council asset owner no longer requires it, there's an internal process to see if there's any other additional uses before a decision is made to divest it. What we're doing in this resolution is going straight to the divestment.
But we wouldn't be building a library, would we? I mean, the current library is not earthquake damaged, it doesn't need repair.
Not to my knowledge.
So would we be building a library if we weren't building a facility out there now?
The library is not a huge library at all,
No,
and it would.
eh?
Well, that's a difficult question because it is an old library. We inherited it from the old Paparoa County Council. It hasn't got the same bells and whistles that most other libraries have in the city, Madam Mayor and councillors. It's pretty basic.
Right.
So there would be an expectation that if everybody else in Christchurch has got a new library, that we would afford that pleasure to the citizens in the southwest.
I wouldn't quite put it like that.
And it is in the LTP.
But
It's been around for a long time.
What you're saying is that the area, in terms of the expansion of population, it actually is justified that we are expanding beyond what we've got already.
Exactly,
Yes.
because the southwest of Christchurch, the population, it's the fastest growing area, I think, outside Selwyn just about.
I know.
Just help Mike, there are two separate line items in the budget. One's for a new library.
Yes, correct.
One's for a new library,
Yep.
And one's for a pool.
Yep. No.
Concept is different.
No, that's good. So how do we need to phrase this so that note that to ensure that new facility is affordable within planned operating expenditure, decommissioning of the superseded facility, namely the Hornby Library.
Following the normal procedure. Would that be okay, Madam Mayor?
And disposal of the council's interest following the normal procedure will be required. Yep.
I think it's important to note, though, that our capital program does depend on releasing us from surplus properties. So there's a normal procedure for that, but it also contributes to our capital program as well.
Yeah.
And
Not
operating.
just operating expenditure.
Yep.
So,
People have planned capex and operating expenditure because it does involve.
yeah, planned capital and operating expenditure.
So just amongst us, if the community say that they don't want them together and they want them separate, then what happens to this resolution? We just overturn it, or?
This doesn't happen until after this.
Depends
No,
what the
it's a
facility is.
superseded facility. So you'd have to build another facility for
Before
it to
this
be
happens.
operational.
Superseded and
Irrelevant whether it's attached
Yeah. No, now who else, sorry, I had indicated that Phil and Andrew had questions for Mike.
Thank you, Mike. This is good. Just in terms of the options, like your board are recommending 3 possible options. Just coming to the one on Warren Park, it just seems in terms of the table here that overall that wouldn't stack up really at all, in my view, just having read the report, against the other options. So can you perhaps just explain what the rationale for your board really wanting the third Warren Park as a third option?
Some members of our board could see that we do have one of our board members here, Ross McFarlane, and we have visited Warren Park, and we've had a look that if Denton wasn't an option, could we proceed with, say, for example, a pool complex at Warren Park? Rather than not have a pool at all in the southwest Christchurch, that would be an option that could be considered, because it is quite a large park and there is a growing population around that particular area with North Hallswell West and Knight Stream, and of course Wigram itself, Wigram Skies. So looking into the future, that could be an option if we couldn't get it any closer. So we needed to go out, Madam Mayor and councillors, on more than one option. What we were looking at originally was Denton or Denton. So we looked around and felt that we needed to have more than one option, and that was where the Warren Park one came up. And Ross, would you like to add anything to that?
No, I think that's answered my...
Sorry,
Okay.
Mike, you don't get to invite people to... This is the chairman's report to the council.
Well, sorry, Mr. Wolfrey's actually...
So, Mike, I
sat
think
back
that's
so
covered.
Ross could
I
come.
think that you've answered my question anyway. Thank you.
Yeah. Andrew.
Thank you. In the staff recommendation, 1D, the finalised consultation process will be signed off by the Hallswell Hornby Riccarton Community Board before it's launched. In the Community Board recommendation that's in front of us for approval today, 1D, the finalised consultation process will be signed off by Council before it's launched. I'm just interested in the type of discussion that happened at the Community Board meeting that led to that recommendation.
Sorry, that would be my understanding that sitting here now, that would be a typo. It was definitely the intention of the Community Board that the consultation document, once it's produced, would come to the Hallswell Hornby Riccarton Community Board for a sign-off before it was released to the public. That's certainly our understanding. Sign off or approve.
We'll have a question to staff as to why it's been changed to council for the resolution. The resolution that you passed was the community board.
It was to go, as I recall, Mike, it was to go to the community board so that it could have its input and then come back to the council for final sign.
Well, that would be it, because it is a Part A, but what we wanted to do as a community board was to be comfortable with the document that was going out for consultation.
So can I just stop here? The finalised consultation process will be signed off by the council after it has been to the community board for
Approval.
For approval.
Recommendation.
Or recommendation to council. Yeah?
Comfortable with that?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, okay, that's good. So we'll do that quite quickly, won't we?
Yes, we will.
Good. Excellent. Well, thank you, Mike. Oh, Pauline, did you have a question for Mike?
May, I'm sort of picking up that the Denton Park may have been a slightly preferred option for the board at some point.
That stacks up with in the matrix that was used. It is the highest ranking.
Yep.
But there is issues, and the board aren't unanimous on the whole complex being at Denton, because you put it all there. Then where's the other sports clubs, etc., going to go? How's that going to happen? We've been informed by staff that for example, that a pool could be built on Kyle Park. So if the aquatic centre was to be at Kyle Park, it would still be hubbed virtually, but not in a joint building. And that could be, after consultation, the most preferred option. We don't know until it goes out for consultation. But as far as the board's concerned, what the board's preferred option is, because there hasn't been consultation, I don't think it would be advisable to ask for the board's preferred option at this stage until it's been out for consultation, Councillor Cotter.
How would the board see having one of the options tagged as preferred? You'd prefer not to?
Prefer not to.
Okay. Thank you.
Tim?
I'm just a wee bit uncomfortable with some of the questions with regards to, we've been talking about, this is based around going out to a consultation.
Yes.
It hasn't gone out yet. We're talking about whether we preferred or not. I mean, I think some of these should be actually asked after the consultation comes back.
Yeah.
It's just, yeah.
I agree.
So
it's not uncommon to go out for consultation and have a preferred option. People can comment on that.
Yeah, absolutely, but it's, yeah.
Yep. All right. Jimmy, you have a question for Mark?
Yeah, one question, because I make a apology for the last time the committee board meeting. I just one issue I'd like to ask. What's the rationale? The community board make decision, go to a public consultation with those three the possible options, but without any further option. Especially you review those staff recommendation, particularly for the kind of the qualitative assessment. If a Denton Park score is 80%, show this the other to 68, 62, and maybe further down. What's the rationale? The board, community board take responsibility. Denton Park is preferred, then we go to public consultation. Whether it's more easier, can get the positive feedback. It's my question.
That's a good question, but what the resolution says is that we go out and consult. There may be options out there that, or locations that haven't been considered at this stage. And I will say, for example, there's a possibility that there may be an option for Waterloo Business Park to be a consideration. That could come back in the public feedback. And at that stage, the preferred options would be ranked and rated, and then we'd be in a better position to actually make a decision. But your question is, why are we going out on three options?
No. Three options, we still go to public consultation. I mean, the number one score is 80%. With the preferred option, we go to public consultation. Still three options.
Still three options.
We identify preferred option.
Yeah, well, that's in the report, and staff have ranked those three, and Denton comes up as 80. Denton Kyle is 68, and I think it's Warren's about 40.
No, 62.
62? Yeah. So I'm still uneasy, Councillor Chen, about what the answer to your question is that you're expecting from me.
My question is, because,
I think he's asked the question, why isn't there a preferred option?
Okay.
With the other possible option, go to public consultation.
Well, that's exactly the same question that Councillor Cotter asked, and I thought I'd answered that by saying that we're better off to go out without the board having a preferred option until the feedback comes back from the community. We're saying to the community, we've got money in the budget for these items. Do we want them together? Do we want them in this location? Or would it be better if there was a mix, one here and one there? How do we want it? That feedback will come back, and then we've got in a position to make a decision. But if we went out to consult, Councillor Chen, and said, we prefer it goes to Denton, then the focus would be solely on that option. That is going to split some of the community, as we already are well aware. The sports clubs and users of that Denton Park now are showing some frustration with the possibility that they may lose access to the green space that's available. So I think we're far better off to just to go out without a preferred option and see what the feedback is from the community. Okay, have I answered your question, Jimmy?
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right. So now, thank you, Mike, if you could take your seat back from there, and we'll now focus questions on
Thank
staff.
you. Thanks, Mike.
So maybe one of the questions I'll ask is up front is one. Well, I've got two questions. One is in relation to Denton Park and the fact that it is a very used facility. I thought staff had spent some time working with the different sports groups. Is there any update on that?
Yes, there is. You're right, there have been a number of communications with sports groups. The effect of a combined facility on Denton Park is essentially the loss of one rugby field, which can be moved to Kyle Park. To mitigate the loss, the remaining rugby field on Denton Park can be upgraded, possibly a sand carpet or another option, so it can be used a lot more often and a lot more frequently. There are mixed feelings. Some are very supportive, more use, more people, greater activity, greater enthusiasm, greater participation. Some lament the loss of green space and wish things to stay how they always were. Others see progress for Hornby.
I'm not asking a question about what people's views are
so
on
we
it,
have engaged and they're mixed feelings.
But what I was really asking was, have alternative arrangements been made for those that would lose?
Yes, they have. Yeah, a range of alternatives.
And the second question is in relation to key activity centres and the co-location of facilities on major bus routes. These are all criteria that we have in our district plan when we're thinking about use of, location of facilities, and in terms of where a facility gets located. I'm just keen to ensure that when this goes out for consultation, and it must, that people are very clear about what the council considers as it's what our obligations are under our own district plan in terms of co-location around key activity centres and bus routes. It's those public transport routes which are core critical, but also access to our swimming pools and libraries for children that come from families that are not very well off. And if we take, I'm just saying that these need to be spelt out, because if a facility is made too distant, and I'll be blunt, I worry about the distance that Warren Park represents from where the kids live that will be absolutely dependent on getting this swimming pool open. Oh, well, I suppose that wasn't a question, it was a speech. Okay, Tim.
I'm thinking, just to clarify, as a council, we're required to go out with options, because if we went out with one, then obviously it's not an option. But it's not unheard of or unusual for us to go out with a series of options, but none of those options being preferred. Is that correct? Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. So it's not unheard of for us to do that.
Can I just reply to that? And I think it might address one of the questions the Mayor has alluded to as well. The discussion at Community Board and amongst staff was that the consultation would talk about the attributes of each option against the key criteria. And if Council wanted to give us some direction as to which it saw as the key criteria, that would be probably helpful. We did, however, in ranking these, and it was initially a staff assessment and then it was a board assessment. We had a quite an intense workshop to get the scoring. we have looked at things like access, proximity to citizen users, etc., and weighted those. But if council would like to make some reference to that, or some reference to be made in that in a recommendation here, that would be fine. But it was definitely not just three names in the physical attributes, but actually comment around how it matches that criteria.
Yeah, no, I actually am incredibly impressed with the number of locations that were considered against a range of criteria. But if there was some way for us to perhaps provide some steer on the weighting that would be applied to some of these, so we could perhaps think of how that might apply.
And just in regard to that, when it comes back to council for final sign-off, as Mike said, as a part A, in terms of the consultation, that should reflect all those things.
Okay. So do we need to word that into the resolution?
Yep, we can do.
Can you help?
Yep.
Good. I've got Phil and then Yanni and Aaron.
So my question is, clearly the community board, and Mike has reiterated that today, are wanting three options to go out for consultation. I've gathered from the staff report that you're in agreement with that, and perhaps you could explain from the staff point of view why, given that some, to us or to me, don't seem to stack up. And is there a way that perhaps, if there are three options, that the disadvantages of each option and the advantages be spelt out really clearly in the consultation?
Yeah. While Lester's drafting, I'll answer that one, Phil. The board felt that as this matter hadn't been extensively canvassed with the community, going out with just one option would be a little bit of a fait accompli, and we were jumping a number of steps too early. Really, that's where officers agreed. We all realised that quite a bit of work had been done on Denton Park, and it was a sound option. So we were always very confident that at least one of those options would work very well. But the board were very mindful of bringing their community along with them and not wanting to take too many leaps. The idea canvassed by the mayor and reflected in the resolution we're drafting about being very, very clear on weighted attributes for each option and making that expressly clear in the consultation process, but being careful not to lead a consultation process, to a fixed result, will ensure that we believe that the public will understand the pros and cons of each option and make an intelligent and informed submission and allow a good decision. So for all three options, so disadvantages, pros and cons out there, and again we'll also give the community the opportunity to suggest other sites that haven't been considered. So we should get the best of all worlds.
If I can add to that as well, most people will know this has been a long process. It's been intensely debated. It considers a long number of options, and I think the board have done well to get to three. Council will have to make a call about whether it sort of, if you like, overrides three down to two or whatever it might be, or it goes with the process, respecting what community board has done and its role, but makes it very clear in the consultation what it is we're consulting about in the sense of how each site lines up against those attributes. Yeah.
Okay, Yanni?
I had two questions. One was the option that we're given is to approve community consultation, but we've also been told we're going to get a report back on the consultation. So when are we going to get that report back, and why aren't we doing it at the same time?
Sorry, the report back was on what the consultation. So first of all, we can't have a draft consultation process and document until we know which sites we're consulting on. Point one. Point two is that the agreement was that would go first in front of the community board to make sure that it worked for the community, they're closest to the people, and then it would come back as a part A to council. So we saw it as two steps, and the community board did as well.
When is that likely to come back? So when are we going to start consultation?
We're expecting it comes back to council within a month.
Within a month. Okay, great. And then just the second thing on the supporting information that we have, are the appendix attachments going to go out with is it proposed that they go out with a consultation document?
No.
So just the idea, like in terms of the location map, I was just interested.
Oh, yes.
That.
Hang on, no or yes?
Yes to the map, no to the analysis as it appears in the 15 or 17 items. And I think what we're hearing today is that we do need to, I mean, this was an internal document, it was one developed with staff and the board. We need to focus it a bit more.
Okay, so just on page 18, so I just wanted to check the map, you don't have the other pools in the area. So you've got Aquagym, which is a non-council pool referenced as a public pool. My understanding is there's 2 other public pools in the Hornby area, the Canterbury Swim School and the King's Swim School, that you haven't put on this. So can you just help us understand how you've come up with that map? You've also got indoor pools and outdoor pools sort of showing as the same, which I would have thought they would have been quite different. So yeah, I'd just like an explanation as to why you've got a private pool in one of these maps and not on others, and also how you've chosen to have the indoor and the outdoor.
Yeah, Councillor Johansson, these maps were included. There are existing maps from other sources, just to illustrate the general proximity of pools. They're not intended at all for a consultation document, just to give a broad indication of where pools of different natures were situated. They're not intended to be a comprehensive map of provision. Certainly in the consultation documents, different maps would be used according to the nature of the information we wanted to find out.
So is it possible that we take Aquagym out, given that it's not actually, I mean, it just seems inherently strange that you've got 2 facilities which are similar, one's on the map and one's not. So either add the other ones in or take the one out.
I think it's probably dangerous to make decisions on how we're going to look at our mapping on the hoof in a council meeting. We can certainly have a look at it, put it through the board, and then put it through to the council for your approval.
Right, it's just I still don't understand why you haven't shown on that map the other public pools in the area.
I think it's kind of asked and answered, Yanni. It wasn't necessary for the decision that they made. I think
well, actually it is, in terms of location, because you've got 2 other pools that are there.
Because the Aquagym's got nothing to do with the provision of swimming
But the Canterbury Swim School and the King's one that are in a certain location in the Hornby area aren't on here, and they are public. One of them, at least, is a publicly accessible indoor pool.
I mean, I really don't want to get too technical, but the map does list Aquagym as a non-CCC pool, and it is open to the public.
If you've listed that, why haven't you listed the other one on the other side of the map?
It wasn't an intentional omission. However, I would say that many members of the community board have a very close knowledge of the pools in the area and a lot of the facilities. I think we need to be very careful about how we present it for the public, and again, that's the purpose of it first coming past the community board and then council. But we take your point and we can address that.
I think it would be useful to prepare the map with those other pools added in.
Certainly.
But for a separate occasion. It's not for it's not for the consultation.
Yeah.
Just so we know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Certainly.
Aaron?
Yeah, I think what Yanni's trying to say is when we do the Linwood pool, let's not leave out Waltham or Metro, which are just down the road, and Aquagym and things.
I don't think that's helpful. Thank you.
It's not helpful? Oh.
No.
So my question then, which may be helpful, is around number 3, and does that not contradict itself potentially? Because I thought the purpose of it was that it clearly says there that this facility is only affordable if we sell the other site, whereas if we go out to the community and say who's interested, there'll always be someone interested, and they'll go, we want a toy library, we want this or that, in which case it doesn't sell. Does it then make this facility unaffordable and we won't do it?
No, it doesn't say that. It said it's affordable within planned capital and operating expenditure, which means if there was a subsequent use, then it would have to find its way into the into the capital program. You see what I mean?
So we've got to add money if we don't sell it?
No. If we make a decision to use it for another purpose, then that is what has to come into the capital program. So it's a decision not yet made. It doesn't affect this, because this is predicated on the basis that planned capital and operating expenditure will result in the decommissioning of the facility and the disposal of the council's interests, but following the normal procedure. If there's an alternative use that the community board wants to come back to the council, then they have to get it onto the capital program. We don't have money on budget for both. That's all it says.
So we'd be buying it back off ourselves, potentially? Because
No.
the way I read that is that, because it's got the word disposal
Yes,
in
we're
there.
we're saying that's what it's based on. That is our planned capital and operating expenditure. And you know, as well as everyone else around the table, that plans can be changed by council decisions.
Which changes
And
budgets.
the council has to make that decision knowing that this facility is budgeted for, it's the priority, the additional use is not a priority. Under the current plan, it wouldn't exist. If the community board want to come back to us and say, we want to continue to use that facility for another purpose, then they have to bid like everyone else does in the budget round.
Right.
Got it? Sort of.
Kind of. It's kind of like when you sell your house to upgrade, you kind of can't just give it to your nephew. You got to sell it because you need the money to upgrade your house.
Yes, I know, but if you want to make the decision to give it to your nephew, then you have to
Got to go to the bank and ask for more money.
ask for more money, yeah.
Which is
correct.
What we'll
That's
do.
a very good allegory.
Yes,
Thank you.
Yes.
All right.
So we're coming back for more money.
Right, and Mike, you were next.
Thank you. Will the consultation document have a timeframe for the project and also a detailed scope of the project, namely the aquatics facility?
The broad scope of the project is included in this report, and it is predicated on what the council can afford. The consultation document will invite the community to suggest things they want there within the broad scope, so it will give them some chance to have a look at the fun stuff. And it will include a time frame, yes.
Okay. So do we have an up-to-date citywide aquatics facility plan that includes the 4 proposed pools, the impact of them on each other, and the associated operational costs when they all come online?
I don't see how that's relevant to this particular paper, Mayor.
No, it's not. So, I mean, it is an issue that will be raised in terms of the annual plan and certainly the LTP as well. But council's already made the decision to progress this, and it is at the stage now where we're going out to consult with the community about the location. So it's not for staff that have come to the table to talk about the consultation process and where we're up to in that, to actually start to present on the wider implications for the network. But I mean, it's an issue, but it's not an issue for this paper.
I'll speak to it in the debate.
Yep, Jimmy.
Another question regarding to the consultation document, okay, need to be confirmed. Whether the attachment, the information raised from the staff regarding the qualitative assessment information with all those the 3 possible options with also the score, 80, 68, 62, go to the consultation at the same time. How detailed?
Yeah, it wasn't the intention to include the scoring. I mean, numbers can provide the illusion of accuracy. I mean, a scoring, it gives you an idea of where one is above the other. I think where we settled, and we are open to advice further from our communications and engagement specialists within council, but where we settled at this time was that we're very clear about, in a descriptive way, using words, around how each of the options matches up against the agreed criteria, and look, they're all different, as you know, and we feel that we can describe those. I think what's really important is that we are clear about what the key criteria is.
All right, any additional questions? Okay, so have we got some suggested wording?
Sorry.
I know that the numbers are just as you've described, right? So that's the issue. But when you look at the allocation, and I'm referring to page 1 of the appendix, where you've got access transport 15%, size site assembly 15%, citizen proximity 20%, and under that, targeting demographic, user type, user densities. In that, complementarity to the existing network, that's actually not citizen proximity, that's another issue. Whereas citizen proximity, really to me, it's about, anyway, but that's 20%, configuration, sustainability 10%, profile 10%, and then planning, urban design 10%, but and then cost availability 20%. So it's kind of like cost and availability of the site is more important than planning and urban design. And
right.
Yeah.
I think the criteria the criteria that we use, the standard criteria that are used within council, that was to get us where we are now.
Yeah.
One would suspect that the criteria, in order to get the feedback from the council, from the community, I should say, needs to be fewer.
Yes.
Yep. And focus on those of greatest emphasis, such as how close is it to the people who really need to use the pool, how easy is it for them to get there. The question of cost has been dealt with. The assumption is is if it's made the top 3, it's affordable and available and can happen quite soon. So I think that one would drop that out.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So, as by way of wording, can I move to that?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Can I suggest that in item 1D, it reads along the lines of finalised consultation process will be first of all approved by the Hallsville, Hornby, Rickett and Community Board and submitted to Council for final sign-off.
Yeah.
Because I think that's what the Chair has indicated that would be satisfactory and does provide clarification. And then if we were to say that the consultation includes a description of each option and comments regarding their alignment with key weighted attributes.
Yeah. Do we want to define those? Like because I mean for me it's the proximity to or ease of access for kids from low socioeconomic areas. You know, I mean, for me that's like the number one is how do the kids that need it the most get to it, you know. So that also raises the proximity to key activity centres, which is a district plan issue, and it also raises the issue of access transport, you know, public transport routes and things like that.
So access and proximity, access for those people to the facility and key activity centres, and access being not just by car but by public transport. And proximity. Yeah. So if you can capture those things, are there other?
Do you want to go up and work through some words?
I think it's got it.
But I also think that the development being complementary to the existing network picks up a little bit about what Mike's saying as well.
Okay.
Not exactly the same issue, but in part.
It's what's important to for the council that we get right here.
Yeah. Phil and Pauline.
I would have thought that the concept of it being one complex in one hub area is like enhancing the whole approach to communities and villages. In fact, that would be an important criteria.
It was something keenly debated around the community board table, I'd have to say, and there are probably two schools of view on that. So it was left, I think if it was covered by way of criteria that council would expect comment on and what council's looking for, that would help arrive at the outcome that you'd see as desirable.
Yep. Pauline?
Picking up on the access one, and I wonder if we wanted to give added weight to access by public transport over the car.
That's a question for council. I think that's what you're saying.
I think we should, because that's what we're trying to do in our city, get people out of their cars, and also there might be people who do not have a car or even can't afford to run one, and those are the people that we're wanting to get to these facilities. So I think PT should be prioritised a little bit over the car in the waiting, personally.
And bikeways. Look, it does cover off the younger and older citizens, and perhaps do something towards easing traffic congestion. So all those things I think would be helpful. That gives us quite a good steer in terms of what council's looking for and some direction in terms of what feedback, therefore, we're asking for.
Now, do we need to list these in the resolution?
It would be useful if we were to say were to include ... these items, just in case there are other things that come to mind that we'd want to add. But if that's what priority should be given to, that would be fine. I think, are we capturing those as we go? Thank you. We'll also have to provide further advice to council in terms of how quickly we can come back. We want to keep the thing moving, but we've got to look at the practicalities of getting the consultation documents out, developed before community board and back again. So we'll do the best we can. It'll be no longer than 2 months. It'd be nice if we could do it in one. It might be somewhere in the middle, but we're not stalling. It's taken a long time to get to this point.
So it's got
how are we going
ease of access by our children. Ease of access by children and other well, why are we I don't know that this phrasing, ease of access by children with limited access to private transport, I mean, I don't think that's
not what we're getting at.
Oh,
sorry.
We can see the changes, you can't.
I can't see it.
Sorry. Just namely ease of access
by users.
Well, I mean, what I'm trying to get is that, you know, it's basically kids from low socioeconomic areas. The cost of getting to a place. I mean, Aaron made a good point earlier on, I think, about you know, when you can go to a place where you've got free parking, and you've got to go to a place where you pay for parking, it adds to the cost of the facility. So,
namely, just cost of accessibility.
Yeah. And its alignment with councils, namely. Okay, and its alignment with council's criteria, namely
Ease of access.
Ease of access. We'll just put ease of access. Ease of access for citizens, particularly those, children and those with limited means. You know, I'm trying to capture the idea that
are we trying to eliminate the barriers that would prevent people using it? So transport costs, either public or private costs, would be a barrier for many of the people in that area. So we're trying to eliminate those things that would prevent them from using them.
Proximity to a key activities centre with public and availability of public transport. Availability of public transport, public and active transport.
We'd also perhaps like a location that actually encourages the use of active transport, i.e. walking and biking.
And availability of public and availability. Okay, and
options.
And what? So instead of availability, what was the phrase you used?
Encourages the use of.
And encourages the use of public and or active transport. Does that give enough of a steer, do you think?
Yeah, it's good. That's good. Namely and inclusive, I mean, you can add other things, but that's where the priority is to be given.
Okay.
It's, well, I understand other things that council would be looking for in a... No? Okay.
Yeah. So
we're good if you are.
Could I have a mover and a seconder for this? I'm looking to the councillors, Jimmy and Vicky. And I'll open it up for debate. So, Jimmy.
Yeah, because recently I reviewed the chaired committee, the master schedule regarding to the Hornby New Library Service Center will be open in July of this year. And also I recall in the previous council, staff initiated this locational investigation back to September 2013. So up to now, more than for 3 years. Even today, a little bit late, defer regarding to location. But it's a breakthrough. I'm so happy this breakthrough. Especially like the mayor and my fellow council particularly mentioned earlier. The Hornby area actually is most faster growth area. That's why the council, council and the staff work together, put those items, particularly those program in the southwest area plan, back to the 2009. Also put into the long-term plan, back to the 2009 to 2019. That's where we kind of those program already in that area. But due to the length, the discussion, with the wider community group, with the sports club, with all those private sector, take a long time, So today we can go on. Another one is we go to the public consultation with the consultation document, but we show them these three the possible options. But actually, my understanding based on staff information, not only the options, actually they investigate for 15 possible locations. Everyone have different subjective opinion. Everyone have a subjective perspective, but we need to review this information as the objective information for us to make decision. If we trust the staff information, also as a decision maker, we need to more bear our responsibility, to engage, to have good communication with the people. Otherwise, it's very difficult to go on. Very difficult, because no any location is perfect location, 100%. Majority, favor, but still minority, the kind of frustrated at this point. But but we need to bear our responsibility. So I'm quite happy to move this one to go on. Thank you.
Very good. Andrew?
I did originally have some concerns with the inclusion of Warren Park, but certainly having listened to the questions that have been asked and answered, I'm now a lot more comfortable with that than I was. The additional items in the resolution in 1D certainly allow for a full and balanced consultation document to go out, which will bring the kind of responses that will be helpful in making that final decision. Clearly there's been some robust debate at the community board, and I thank Mike for his comments on that this morning as well. And really just again reiterating the comments of staff and supporting the comments that Councillor Chen has made. This project has been discussed for a long time. The sooner we can get to a point that we get the consultation out there and get this consultation document out there and get the consultation document underway, the better. But I certainly welcome the fact that this is about to go out for consultation.
Mike, Vicky?
Thank you. Is there a need for a pool in the southwest? Yes. Is there community expectation? Yes. Will this raise it ever more? Yes. Do we need a pool of this size? I don't know. I don't have the answers because I don't get my questions answered at the moment. So for me, you know, we keep marching forward with this process, getting closer and closer. I think we need to push pause and actually make sure we get this right. This is a lot of money being invested in an aquatic facility when we've already got quite a large amount of pools in the city, and we're going to have even more within a 2-year period. We need to make sure we get this right. Yes, there is need for pools, but does it need to be that big? I can't support this purely because my questions have not been answered, and I think we're going down dangerous territory for this city if we overcapitalise in our pools and we can't afford it for the operational expenses.
Vicky? Oh, okay. Phil?
Yes, initially, as I indicated, I had some concerns about 3 options. I think that's been adequately answered by the committee board and by the staff, and I think this should be a good process. Look, I do understand where Councillor Davidson's coming from. I think this, but as I see it now, I think that this complex remains strategic. I think some more work needs to be done around our aquatics strategy. I agree entirely, but I think the fact that this is the fastest growing area of our city, that in fact council have already in effect made a decision to support the concept, and that a huge amount of work has been done on it, and as well as the community expectations. So I'm certainly supporting all of the recommendations, and I think the specific criteria which we have asked the staff to address in the consultation, that in fact that should be helpful for getting a good result. But I am aware this is a huge investment and an important decision.
Aaron, and then Pauline.
Yes, I'm glad Phil finished on huge investment because looking at the numbers, it is pretty big. I agree with Mike around some of the questions being answered. It's really hard to see. I'm struggling to understand how we're going to end up with the most pools in the country per capita without having seen an aquatic facility, which shows us the demand everywhere as well as the costs and the cost implications of that long term. And we're supposedly broke, and that's what we tell the rest of the country, so give us more subsidies from the government on different items. Not this one, obviously, it's quite different. I support the facility. I love facilities going into communities. What I struggle to support is the cost of the facilities we're putting in. This facility here, per square metre, is dearer than the hospital. This is not an IL4 building, it's not 12 stories tall, it doesn't have reinforced floors for super overweight people, it does not have operating theatres, it doesn't have a helipad on the roof, it doesn't have gas lines. And it's dearer than the hospital that does have all of those things. We're spending too much money on facilities. We cannot afford it. We keep putting up rates to do it, and there's little old ladies in the city that cannot afford it, and they come out and they get really, really upset every few years and tell us, and we don't listen to them. yet we'll put in another big shiny facility. Yes, I think we should put in a facility, but it should just be one that is fit for purpose and what the city can afford. And I think this is irresponsible spending yet again. But, so yeah, for me it's a reset. I would push the pause button along with Mike, just get a bit of a reshuffle on our plans and our expectations, because we are making a very expensive city to live in.
Pauline, Dion, Anne?
Yeah, well, look, I concur on the size and scale issue here. I support a facility. I love swimming pools, and I don't really think there's such a thing as too many of them compared to what we used to have in the old days. There was a pool at every school and quite a few little swim clubs and community pools around. So to me, it's a size and scale thing. But the scope for this consultation, as John Fulsell said, it's a broad scope. Hopefully there's room in there to adjust the scale of the aquatic side of it. Don't forget it's a library and a leisure and a service centre as well. So, yeah, I have concerns of what we're putting ourselves in for operational costs in the future if we put in too many around the city. But I think it does come down to a size and scale thing. So I'm going to support the consultation, and we'll see what develops from there.
Dion and Anne?
Thanks, Chair. I echo the last couple of comments as well. I just look at the $34 million that we've got on budget here and my eyes kind of water, especially when we're spending, or going to be spending so much money with the Crown on the Metro Sports facility in town. And I mean, we do have, you know, in that report, this pool wasn't actually accounted for within that business case until, you know, a few years down the track. So I mean, we do need to have this full pool aquatic strategy, and I wonder whether we can actually have something written down so that we actually get on and do that, because I actually want to make sure that that is done, because these decisions on making you know, such amount of money on this without actually knowing the full consequences of when these things open is to me irresponsible, as Aaron said. So I mean, I will support the consultation for this location, but I think we do need to have a really good think about how we actually build this and how we can actually make this affordable for everybody, the users and the city as ratepayers.
Anne?
I agree, thank you. I think that this is a question of equity. I think this community really needs this facility. I think the kids in this community need to have something like this that they can walk to, they can enjoy. And I think that this area, particularly the Hornby area, has been fairly neglected in terms of facilities, and I think it's time that as a city we lifted them up a wee bit. So I believe that this is really needed, and I think I'm really glad that this consultation is going out. I would really feel very strongly that we need to get our youth voice coming through in the consultation as well, because they're the ones that are going to be using it. So thanks.
David, then Sarah.
Thank you. Look, I, like Andrew and a few others, expressed had some reservations about the extent of the locations, but I am now comfortable with the proposal going forward. I would like to acknowledge that the southwest has been the fastest growing area of the city. It is rapidly being hauled in by the east, however. And I'd like to just sort of touch on a couple of other things, really. One of them was really supporting some comments from Aaron and Mike, really, about the cost that's involved in some of these facilities, and Aaron made a fairly graphic example. I'm staggered at times at the costs that we incur in some of our capital expansions. And just recently we were talking about an extension of a small kitchen and toilet facility at Bottle Lake Plantation, and it was something like $250,000. And it really flabbergasted me, and I think back to the putting in a toilet in the Northern Bus Exchange at Riccarton was something like $90,000. How we can justify some of these expenses is mind-boggling. and I really think we need to look a bit closer at that. The other point that I'd like to make, and people have made reference to the number of pools in Christchurch and how supposedly we have the highest number of pools per capita. I think it's a little bit erroneous in some respects that when we talk about a city the size of Christchurch and its location and our number of pools, we overlook the fact that all bar 3 of them currently are open air pools, which are only used for at most two or 3 months of the year. We have a dearth of facilities that we can use all year round. And so I totally support the Southwest community in this provision of facilities there. We in this city, as a result of the earthquake, have suffered badly with our aquatic facilities, and I believe there is at least a generation of our population in this city that's missed out on learn to swim activities. So let's just get over the fact that a number of our pools are open air, they are small, they're not well used, but we need to be providing aquatic facilities in this city that are available all year round. So I have no compunction in supporting this resolution at all. Thank you.
Very good. Sarah?
Thank you. I mean, one of the key things here is that we've already decided to build this pool, and we do have, as Anne said, you know, it's about equity. Council has policies over the equitable provision of recreation facilities, and there are areas in the city that have easy access already. And I know that there's calls from some of the public at times to say we don't need any more pools. Those people tend to be from areas that have pools already, and so it's easy for them to say. The key thing about council's indoor pools is that they provide both learn to swim and recreation, and the other pools in the city don't do that. The outdoor pools are not able to be used for swimming lessons during the year. They are too cold and too susceptible to weather, and they're not open in winter. And the other private facilities in the city are for swimming lessons only, ones like Aqua Gym and King's, those things there, and they don't have recreation access for the public so that children can get used to water before they have their lessons, and for the elderly to gain movement in a non-impact environment. New Zealand has an appallingly high drowning rate, and schools can't afford to keep their pools open. One of the core functions of a council is the provision of these kind of facilities, and we need to be doing this, and we need to do it in an equitable way, and we need to be voting for this today.
Is there anyone else?
Okay. Yep. I have to say I'm delighted to see this before us today, because it's been a very long time coming. When I came back on the council in 2013 and saw that the Southwest Leisure Centre was going to be delayed even longer, I couldn't believe that people in that area had gone for that long without really good facilities. And since the earthquake, that area has grown dramatically, like really dramatically. We know that we have a byline for the city where anything is possible. This is a city where anything is possible. At the moment, it's not possible for a young 6-year-old or an 8-year-old or a 10-year-old or an 86-year-old to go swimming reasonably in the Hornby or the Southwest area at all. They can't walk there, they can't bike there, because it doesn't exist. One of the things that's really important for a council, as Sarah says, is that we actually provide brilliant facilities for every area of the city. And we particularly take into account those areas who cannot afford these facilities privately. I was reading some background on the Brighton Library, which I see reopens on Monday. The original design that came to the council at that time was for a much smaller library, not in that location. And the council decided that actually Brighton, as a suburb that needed help, needed a stunning library that became a core for the community. And I think it's interesting to see how much that library now means to the people of Brighton. And I think the facilities that we build have to be wonderful and they have to be brilliant for areas that will not be able to provide these privately. So I'm delighted that we are finally at the point where we are getting to a Southwest Leisure Centre and at least going and involving the community in the location of where this is. I agree with the costs. To me, they seem very high as well, but I think once we sort out a location and a design, there are probably ways in which we can do it. I noticed the design and build cost at Sumner was very reasonable, and the provider was also very reasonable in the cost that he was able to do. But to suggest that we now push the pause button, which seems to have been in overdrive since I left council in terms of facilities like this, is just revolting. So we cannot do that. We have to go ahead and provide what I think are the facilities by which a city is judged, actually. While I know that we all think that we're judged on our roads, I think people take roads pretty much for granted when they can. And I think even now, post-earthquake, we take things like sewerage and drainage possibly for granted. The things that people notice are actually the great facilities and the great feeling that they get at those facilities and how good they feel at being part of a community that provides those facilities for them and where they feel respected and welcomed. So I'm delighted that we are finally doing this today. Yay.
Very good. I'll put the motion then. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. So that's Mike and Aaron. Thank you. That's carried. Now we move on to the Christchurch Multicultural Strategy, and Claire Phillips is going to join us. I think. People are taking a break. Yeah, well, people have already left the room, so... Oh, no, they're going. Tim's having to go. Yeah, he was an apology for early departure, actually. Yeah, sorry. I should have picked that up. Right, so, Claire, I understand you were going to make a presentation first, is that right?
Just very briefly,
yep.
and hand over to
and then hand over to
Jimmy
Jimmy.
Thank you. Just really wanted to say good morning, everybody. To those new councillors, this is the first meeting I've been to of the year. So I'm Claire Phillips, the manager of the community support team.
Is your microphone on?
Is it on?
It is on,
Yep.
So can we turn it up, please?
Yeah, softly spoken. Look, I'm absolutely delighted today to present the draft multicultural strategy for your consideration and adoption. As many of you will be aware, this has been a process that started in June 2000 when the community came to the then Shed Committee and presented a number of issues around multiculturalism in the city, and one of the requests and decisions that fell out of that meeting was to establish a working party. It was unique in the manner of it being a council and community advisory group that was tasked with developing a multicultural strategy for the Christchurch City Council and indeed the city. So over those ensuing months, the committee, a fixed-term committee, met a number of times and discussed issues and developed really the framework of what you see here today, which is our Future Together, a multicultural strategy that sets out a framework for how we work and live and develop our city as a true multicultural city. We've been out to consultation. We've taken on board issues that were raised in that consultation. We've worked very closely with mana whenua and have the endorsement and blessing of the Papatapu Runanga Committee, which is unique, I think, for New Zealand and indeed I would say the world in terms of our partnership with Indigenous peoples. So we're very proud to present this to you, and I'm available for any questions, and if not, I'm happy to hand over to the Chair of the Multicultural Advisory Group, Councillor Chen, to discuss further.
Has anyone got any questions for Claire? Otherwise, I'm going to hand over straight away to Councillor Jimmy Chen, who led this development of the strategy for the council, and I'd like to publicly acknowledge him for doing so and thank him very much on behalf of us all for the effort that you put in, and with the group that you managed to bring together who embraced such a broad spectrum of our society here in Christchurch.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you again. So, the Mayor and my fellow councillors, I'm thrilled, exciting with this final multicultural strategy that we are here to adopt today. It's been a true partnership between the council, Mana Whenua, and the wider community. And what you have before you today is a very special and inclusive document that helps to set out how we can celebrate and harness the enormous strength that our diverse communities bring to our social, economic, cultural fabric of our city. You are aware this strategy, high-level strategic document, is commitment by our council to provide a framework and a set of goals and actions to ensure every single person in Christchurch feels a sense of belonging. This strategy also gives every person an equal opportunity to access the council services, information, as well as particularly participating in the council's decision-making process. It is more than words and aspirations. It is a promise to our citizens, a framework for inclusion and equity. So I have been honored to lead a multicultural strategy, the Working Party, tasked with developing this strategy. And I sincerely wish to thank the Working Party members for their outstanding contributions, wisdom, and knowledge. So I still would like to take the opportunity to specifically to thank all other Working Party members, 8 external members from the wider community: Maschura Rothman, Zion Baswarati, Eken Weir, Patrick O'Connor, Catherine Pitt, Josiah Tunamali, Lana Hart, and Venki Chen, and also 4 our fellow councillors: Yanni Johansson, Andrew Turner, Glenn Livingstone, and myself, Jimmy Chen. And also, I would like to particularly to appreciate the Kaharoa Manihera, our Naitafu elections advisor, for his guidance and the support in with working with the Naitafu Mana Whenua. I would also like to thank the staff who have embraced this new way of working and keep to deliver a quality document. Esther Vanero, George Petina, Patricia Donny, Nicole Randall, Claire Phillips, our design team, and our senior management. Thank you so much to you, all of your commitment and expertise. This strategy has been a year in development, like Claire, she mentioned earlier, and we have learned a lot during this time. As we pause to reflect on this, today provides us with the opportunity to show the importance of living in a certain, supportive, thriving, and diverse community. Today is a momentous occasion because there's many years in the making where Christchurch can lead the way to set an example for the rest of our country and indeed the world. So people are our strength. So it is a people, he Tanaka, and he Tanaka. So this new established multicultural, the subcommittee also is aware of the social and the community development committee of the council will be engaging very closely with the strategy and supporting its implementation. So based on these comments, I'm more than happy to move, and I'm not sure whether Deputy Mayor Andrew would like to second. I urge the Mayor and my fellow councillors fully support this document for adoption today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Andrew, would you like to second that motion?
I would be delighted to second the motion, thank you. And I'd also like to echo a number of the comments that Councillor Chen has made. As part of the Multicultural Working Party, obviously I've been very close to the development of this document over the period of the work that's been done, and I'm very pleased with it, and in fact I think as a council we should be very proud of this document. We've certainly achieved something quite special here. The way that we worked with the external members of the working party, the way that we had the first draft of the document, which we then took to the Te Honanga Papatipu Runanga Committee, and the ability for local Runanga and Ngāi Tahu to really have an involvement in getting to this this final draft, and the way that the Ngāi Tahu narrative really is woven through the document in a way that celebrates biculturalism as a part of multiculturalism, and really shows the respect for where we've come from as well as where we're going. So what we've got here is a document that sets out a framework for how we want to be as a city, that celebrates who we are as a city where people, regardless of background, regardless of community, regardless of troubles that they may have had in previous life, can come here, a place that they can call home and really be an active part of our wider community here in Christchurch. And as a migrant myself, I've been here almost 20 years now, but certainly I know what that feels like. This is somewhere where I'm totally grounded, that I really call home, that is home, and it's the people here and the quality of the welcome that I've received that's really made me able to do that. And I welcome the fact that we've got a document here which really celebrates all of those attributes, that Christchurch is and intends to be a place where migrants, regardless of background, can come, can feel part of our wider community, and can celebrate the fact that they're here along with us, celebrating the diversity that we really value.
Glenn and then Phil.
Thank you. It was special to be part of this working party, and I wish to acknowledge this Josiah Catherine and our staff here today, and my fellow colleagues, Jimmy, Andrew, Yanni. And as much as Christchurch was on a journey, I think we were as a group. There was a lot of goodwill led by Jimmy's special charm and the great food, but we still had to work, to try and work through. I was looking for Moana Jackson does this really well. I just can't remember how he presents it, but to kind of work through that. That first we are bicultural people, so grounded in te tiriti, and then those bicultural are those multicultural relationships. So I can't remember an illustration to use exactly.
I always use bicultural nation, multicultural society. Yeah. But
because I think this
sorry.
is a great explanation of who we are, and especially today in an uncertain world, we need this. It's exquisite timing. We need all our people in the wider Christchurch community to know that they are safe. And this is a good place to be. In the 1960s, we used to use words like tolerate. It's 2017, this is about celebrating who we are. So we've moved a long way, I think, as a city and as a nation. Tremendously accomplished, and thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. Phil.
I also want to congratulate everybody who's been involved. I think this is a terrific document. It's not just a document, it will live, and it will come alive. It's already alive. And in Councillor Jimmy Chen's forward, there's a line there where he writes, regardless of our background, we want the same things. And I think that's a lovely way of expressing that. In fact, we are a diverse city, we want to welcome people, and we do. And I think having Jimmy Chen on our council is an example of how we as a city do that. And as well as the great leadership that Jimmy and the committee have done, and Claire behind the scenes, we often don't hear about that, but it is a great opportunity to celebrate it, as Glenn says. And in my own ward, Spraydon ward, there is a huge range of ethnic diversity and a large number, and I see the Filipino people featuring very high as recent immigrants, and as well, of course, as local Maori and Pacific Island people and the other smaller ethnic communities. So it's very important that, in fact, we have this strategy now as to how we actually work with all our people. So, in fact, you know, we really, I guess, implement this whole policy and strategy. So, thank you very much.
Yanni?
I just wanted to make a few comments, and thank you to the Working Party, and thank you to all those external members that were involved. As has been said, really acknowledge that. That's, I think, an example of a new way in which possibly we can work as a council with communities to get really good outcomes. But I just wanted to make the point that, you know, I think approving the strategy is really the easy part. The hard part is actually the implementation, and for far too long we've adopted strategies and strategies and strategies, but where we've fallen down, I think, is around the implementation. So I just want councillors to be aware that today this is really the start of a journey, or the next step in a journey, I should say. And, you know, there needs to be a commitment to resourcing a number of actions through this strategy, I think, if we're going to see the benefits of it. So just think that it's really important, and I'm really pleased that we've got pretty clear monitoring information in here, but we need to just take the burden on ourselves that this needs to be something that we do regularly keep an eye on and allocate sufficient resources. But Councillor Livingston has made the point that in the world that we live in today, isn't it sad that at a time when we've seen cheap airfares, so the reach of people being able to travel is as easy as ever before, and yet and we've also got the internet, which is bringing us, you know, much more connected. At the same time, it feels like some days that we've got the worst conflict that we've ever had. We've got more people being scared of difference than appreciating it. So I think this is very timely. I think let's hope that Christchurch can continue to be a place that is welcoming, that is inclusive, and as Glenn said, celebrates our differences and our diversity rather than being afraid of it. So thank you to everyone that's been involved, and let's continue this journey on to the next step.
Thank you. And I've just wanted to kind of close off the debate. Every month, and starting on Waitangi Day, the city hosts a citizenship ceremony. And we always start on Waitangi Day because of that bicultural element that has, or the foundation of the bicultural relationship that forms the basis for this multicultural strategy. And I just thought that I'd just share the words that I always use in the citizenship ceremonies, because I think it will just give an expression to what I think is so important, because there are two elements to it. One is that every one of you has your own story about what has brought you here. It is the culmination of those stories that adds another chapter to our nation's history. Each one of us, or our ancestors, made a journey to make Aotearoa New Zealand home, by waka, by ship or by plane. It is that journey that we all have in common, and it is one of the foundation stones of our nation. And actually, you know, in terms of that, I go on to say sharing the stories of our journeys that brought us here enables us to build understanding, which also builds enduring relationships and creates unity. And I really love what Glenn said, you know, that language of being tolerant has now transformed itself into the language of celebration of diversity, which is completely different. And I really welcome that. I also make the point that some of the people gaining citizenship have had to give up citizenship of their country of birth in order to become New Zealand citizens. And I always say, let me say that as new citizens, none of you severs your ties with your home of birth. You bring your language, your culture and your history with you, and you nurture them in your children. And we, the wider community, are enriched by your experience and all that you bring with you, and you gain another home, a place to stand as a citizen of New Zealand. And I wanted to share that because I think that really emphasises how much we all gain from the celebration of diversity. And I again want to say thank you to you, Jimmy Chen. You've done an outstanding job. Thank you to the working group who committed hours of work to this, you know, over many months, and have really developed something very special. Totally agree with Yanni. We now have to commit to the delivery side. So, and I know that you're going to lead us through that as well. So, on that note, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. That's carried. Can we just quickly pass the Audit and Risk Management Committee minutes? And that's moved by me, seconded by Andrew. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say aye. Blah, blah, blah. Those opposed say no. That's carried. And then we're just going to have a quick 5-minute break because people want to go to the bathroom. I understand. And then we'll come back to the Whakaora Te Waihora program update. So, thank you. Councillors Goff and Manji in East, where are,
They don't prevent
no?
you from doing that. They
Where are
just,
they? Are they? Scandrett's already gone, so Livingston, Davidson, no? All right, we'll get underway. Councillors are dragging themselves back into the room. Right, thank you. So can I welcome, I should look at the right page, shouldn't I? Diane Shalander from council side of things, and David Murphy from Environment Canterbury. And thank you both very much. I'm sorry you've had to wait, but you can see that when controversial, well not controversial, but things that people are passionate about come first, then it can take us a bit longer to get to items such as this. But this is a really important item, and we've been looking forward to this presentation since we came up with the idea of having joint, presentations on these important areas of connection between ourselves and other districts. So if I could just hand over to you for the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, councillors. I'll make it brief. I'd just like to introduce again David Murphy, who is the Program Manager for the Whakaora Te Waihora Program.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko David Murphy aho, and actually it was a wonderful privilege to be here this morning and follow an item on multiculturalism. And so I think that's a great segue, and so thank you for the privilege to present today. I will be brief. This is a briefing on restoration of Whakaora Te Waihora for your information. And thank you very much for that introduction, Diane. Just to explain my role on Whakaora Te Waihora, it's an operational program where the current program funders are the Ministry for the Environment Canterbury and Te Runanga o Ngāi Tahu. And we are governed under the Te Waihora Co-Governance Group, of which Christchurch City Council is one of the members. So that's how we fit in. The brief summary which I'll give you today will talk more about co-governance and some of the achievements under co-governance. I am speaking on the achievements of works for a number of different people. I'll answer questions as best as I can, but I want to acknowledge all the people who contribute to this, and also Tāmutu Runanga as a kaitiaki of Te Waihora, Lake Ellesmere. Thank you very much. First of all, Te Waihora, Lake Ellesmere, New Zealand's 5th largest lake, depending on the lake level. It does vary, which I'll get to. So usually somewhere between the 4th and the 6th largest lake in the country. It partially sits within Christchurch City Council's jurisdictional boundary, and it has significant values, not only for culture, recreation and economy, but also ecology. And there's actually 167 species of bird out there. Christchurch City Council rangers are part of the annual bird count on the lake, and on one day they count anywhere between 48,000, 50,000 birds on the lake. So it's a significant treasure in the region. The problem, this is often discussed around the co-governance table, there's a legacy of nutrients in the lake. Nitrogen, phosphorus binding with the sediments of the lake. The Maori, or the life force, and the ecology have been damaged. And there's also, we've got the added complexity of the need to manage the lake level. Way back when, the lake level was about 4 metres, which would be, you'd be getting your ankles wet in Lincoln. So now the lake level is around about the 1 metre or below level, and when it gets to a certain level, because of flooding on land and other reasons I'll get into, the lake is opened. So there's the challenge of managing and restoring within managing the lake level situation as well. And also projects on restoration can be quite complex. Very briefly, in regards to Ngāi Tahu, the lake is a tribal taonga, a treasure. And it's a major mahinga kai. Mahinga kai is the food, the art of food gathering, and the places of food gathering as well. And it's an important source of mana, prestige. In 1999, for Ngāi Tahu, the treaty settlement, Ngāi Tahu were also they got the ownership of the lake bed, and Ngāi Tahu had the aspiration to restore the Maori, the life force, and mahinga kai values of Te Waihora. So the ownership of the problems and the solutions, where do you go to from that point? It started in 2012 with an agreement between Environment Canterbury and Ngāi Tahu to establish a co-governance group. This has grown. In 2015, Selwyn District Council joined the co-governance group, and in 2016, Christchurch City Council joined the co-governance group. And it's a joint commitment to lake restoration. As far as I know, I think this is the first co-governance agreement in New Zealand which is voluntary. Under legislation, they don't have to work together, but the parties are wanting to work together. And I'm very proud to be working within this program under co-governance, because everything in the program is in joint decision making, which I'll get to, and there's the respect of program partners. Aims of co-governance, very briefly, to provide successful leadership and stewardship of Te Waihora and its wider catchment, and to govern the Whakaora Te Waihora program. That's where Christchurch City Council involved? Well, through the many existing works of the City Council in planning and waterway management and land management, all these works benefit the lake and the catchment. Christchurch City Council is also a member of the Te Waihora Co-Governance Group. Under that, there's the Joint Officials Group, which Diane Chalander and Helen Beaumont are officials on. And there's the Christchurch City Council are also represented on the agencies group, the statutory agencies which meet around the lake to discuss common issues, the Selwyn Waihora Zone Committee, and the Lake Opening Protocol Group, which I'll get to. Achievements of co-governance. This is where I'll give a brief summary of a number of different streams. The opening of the lake is a joint consent between Ngāi Tahu and Environment Canterbury. When the lake needs to be opened, when it hits a certain threshold, it goes to a protocol group, which the City Council is part of. And once a decision is made, again, joint decision making, the consent, Ngāi Tahu and Environment Canterbury, then they open the lake. And if I have your patience for a minute and a half, I'll just show you a brief video on what a lake opening actually looks like. Now there is no sound with this, but this is right on Kaitariti Spit near Taumutu, and when the lake reaches a certain threshold, the diggers get in there. And it's an amazing operation to watch. These are incredibly skilled drivers, and health and safety considerations taken into account, and they cut this long channel right through the bar there, which then allows a certain pressure to build up and the water to come out into the sea. Now, I've got the greatest respect to those drivers of DC9 and the like, because they're not too far away from the shelf edge there, and they're operating in some serious surf, so they can only operate within a certain conditions as well. So the joint consent to open it with Ngāi Tahu, and then Environment Canterbury River Engineers, which oversee this body of work. And it's so important, that lake opening, not only flushing of the lake, also reducing flooding on farming land, and significantly, there's a great view out to the Southern Sea. So that opens, it can take 3 days to a week to open. Then it's left open depending on the weather conditions. It may stay open 2 or 3 weeks. It may close the next day because southerlies, just bringing those stones up. Yes, they dig out that channel about 15 metres wide, about 80 metres long. And then it gets up to a certain hydraulic pressure and opens it. So, and I'll also, to come back to the presentation, which I may have just killed. Apologies.
Down, yeah, there, I'm not sure. Where'd it go? Joe knows.
I'll also, when the presentation comes back up, there's a very interesting slide on it, because you see there's a still photo. You see that channel open and it's teeming with tuna, eel. So the water conservation order has been changed in recent years to allow that lake opening to also coincide with the migration of eel and patiki, flounder. So look at that, the waters are churning, and since the change of that, that's also been...
the sound's been turned off, your sound? Yeah.
So you'll see there the water's churning with tuna, eel, heading out to sea, about to disappear off to the mysterious location up near Tonga, to reproduce and then begin their migration back. And since the change of their water conservation order, there's been a noticeable improvement in fisheries within the lake. So this comes on to the other value of improving mahinga kai values of the lake. And there's a picture of a patakia flounder being caught there. So it is a significant fisheries in the lake and evidence of co-governance and joint decision-making working together. To also mention, Mahora Zone Committee have been worked on with community on a solutions package, the zone implementation plan, which has got statutory and on-ground actions, and the lake is a key focus there. And that's the first ever plan for the Te Waihora catchment. That's going from Craigieburn down to the lake. Osborne's Drain, much smaller location, but I just draw attention to this because it's an example of co-governance working together. That's a satellite shot on the northeastern part of the lake. There's a drain which runs down to the lake, which has had water quality issues for a long time. But because of a collegial approach, a working party from co-governance partners working together on a consent, there's a path ahead to improve water quality. Another small example I'd like to highlight, Ahuriri Lagoon restoration. Ahuriri Lagoon is on the northeast corner of the lake. In times gone by, it was actually a bay of the lake. Its current area is ECAN endowment land, and there's been the desire to restore it, to increase the mahinga kai and ecological values. So there's a steering group representing local runanga and neighbouring landholders, which with ECAN staff input, specifically to keep the Hawesville-Huratini canal flowing, and so there's no flooding on neighbouring land. A plan went up to co-governance for approval. So we've got a vision document there for the next 10 years where action has started of how we can restore that area of land and improve mahinga kai, biological and recreational values. And down to Whakaora Te Waihora as well. Very briefly, we're an operational program, started in 2012 under co-governance, and we have works in biodiversity, science, engineering, cultural component, extension and communications. And the goal there is to restore and rejuvenate the Maori, the life force and ecosystem of Te Waihora. The partners have realistically said this will take at least 2 generations, 35 to 40 years. So we're looking to the horizon, and we're currently in phase 1, which is the first 5 years where we've been getting rungs on the ladder and initiating works. Going forward, what are the opportunities for Christchurch City Council under co-governance? Well, around lake restoration, there's beneficial values for community, in recreational values for the area, health and ecology and education, and there may be other opportunities to contribute, and there could also be a bigger bang for the buck through complementary actions. Around the agencies group, there's going to be a workshop in terms of trying to map out what are the existing actions of all the different partners and where there's natural synergies as well. Thank you very much for the time.
Excellent. Could I ask if people have any questions? Yanni and then Phil.
I mean, this is a little bit wider than your specific presentation, but just in terms of the model, it seems to have been really beneficial. Have you thought about whether there's other areas within waterways where a similar model may be worthwhile?
The model of co-governance?
Yeah.
Probably a question for the co-governors, really. So, personally, I've worked on different projects. Although I've grown up and I've educated in New Zealand, I've worked on projects overseas, and it's always interesting in overseas projects. There's always one partner in a leading position to another. So this program brought me back to Christchurch. And it's really exciting to be part of, not only getting rungs on the ground, but doing it under joint decision making. But sorry, to answer your question briefly, I haven't thought of other possible applications.
It's interesting because I mean it's the link with the zone committees that I think is the obvious one. But I felt exactly the same as Yanni when I joined this group, because Christchurch was a latecomer to the partnership. I think we signed up to it last year. So but I was invited to participate before the formal signing up was undertaken, and since that time I've asked Pauline Cotter to take over that role. and she of course plays a very active role in terms of the zone committees. But like Yanni, I've thought it's just such a good model. You'd think that, you know, working to that degree of collaborative coordination would really be beneficial in terms of our own waterways. But the zone committees are that process. So as I was reminded by the previous chair. Phil, Dion, Pauline.
So thank you, David. My question really is what, in terms of the source of the problem, which you referred to at the beginning, and that is the elements of phosphorus and the different sort of, I guess, tracks that they have taken to end up with the degree of the pollution that we have in the lake.
And probably my answer to your question follows on responding to Mayor Dalziel as well, that zone committees there are key. So in terms of my line management, I'm a servant to different masters. I report to the Joint Officials Group as part of strategy and to our funders. And within Environment Canterbury, I report into a zone team. And so I do attend the zone committee meetings. And it's also, even though the situation is large with the amount of nitrogen and phosphorus already in the system, the solution you can see in the landscape. It's gratifying to see. I almost see it as a jigsaw, really, the whole catchment. There is many different players, and we all have a part to play. And the zone committee are critical in their work and how they implement that ZIP in water quality, the drops of water which are falling up at Craigieburn, which are coming down in Whitecliff Starfield, and how that water flows off farm. And so the ZIP is going to be a zone implementation plan, is going to be a key part of the ongoing solution to the lake.
Dion?
There was actually a big part of the question I had, but because your next stage is obviously improving water quality, in the work that you've done already, you've delivered farm environment plan workshops. How are the farmers taking to this new information is what I was really wanting to know.
I'll just speak in regards to, thank you, Councillor, in regards to that question. I came onto the program as the implementation manager after those workshops. Those workshops were run in the very early phase before the farm environmental plans have become part of the zone implementation plan. So because they were very new at that stage and the program piloted, I believe 53 farm environment plans, they were received well from farmers because they were gaining that level of assistance. And though that was an action which was in the very early phases of the program to trial out there with the community.
Sorry, can I just keep going? Do you think that could be improved? Obviously, to improve the water quality, where you're saying that whole catchment, that the farmers are really important there. I'm just quite curious to sort of hear, is that more work going on there in the next phase as well?
There's definitely a large segment of work, particularly within the Selwyn-Hora zone team, which is extension work out on farmers and implementing that zone implementation plan.
Pauline?
Thank you. Look, it's a pleasure to be involved in this co-governance group, and thanks for the opportunity, Leanne. And it's an enormous project. There's a huge time frame, as you say, a couple of generations, because it's taken many, many years for the lake to to reach this degraded level. And there's also an enormous amount of money, I think 11.2 million from 2012 to 2016 from the government. So, and it's nice to see that it's the whole community involvement, got all the children planting, there's 4,000 trees, things like that. So can you tell me though, that when the council's involvement, you've got here that we deliver planning, waterway management and land management work. So whereabouts is our land management works? Where does that fit into the project? Because we've got a very small area, haven't we, around the lake?
We do.
Because I would have thought that was more ECAN's.
Well, to an extent. I mean, it is a collaborative process. There is one of the groups that the council participates in is the Lake Margins Working Party, which is part part of the Te Waihoa Agencies Group. And so that's one of the things that they do look at is how land is used right at the lake margins, which in and of itself is kind of an interesting concept because the margins of the lake can change depending on how much water is in the lake. And how land is used at those lake margins can have obviously a very immediate effect on what's going on inside the lake itself.
So why is that council and not ECAN?
It's, like I said, it's collaborative, actually. It's in some cases, it's quite direct because we, the council, do own some land on the lake margins, and in some cases, we have leases with farmers to use that land, and so how is that used and where? And so one of the things I know the Lake Margins Group has looked at and has had successes in is getting stock off of where the lake either is or is expected to be under reasonable circumstances. So that kind of thing. So that's very direct in terms of our involvement, particularly where it's our land.
Right, I see, that's good. And also, just following on from Dion's comments, I think the farm management plans are a key tool in cleaning up our waterways. And I'm just wondering where are the milestones and the reporting back to see if these management plans are actually working? You might not know the answer to that. Or
I think I'd like to take that question on because that question would be best for the Selwyn-Hora Zone team, and there's a reporting within the Selwyn-Hora Zone Committee as well on how the ZIP is delivered.
Thank you. Okay, follow that up with Ian.
Thank you for an excellent presentation. Thoroughly enjoyed it, especially the video. That was just stunning. Can I just ask a follow-up question, though, from your answer, Diane? In relation to leases around the lake that the council has on its own land, I'm assuming a term of the lease is that they don't have any runoff into the lake or any cattle nearby or anything like, or any animals nearby.
I would caution that I don't have a lot of knowledge about how the leases work, but my understanding is that they're based on the types of uses of the land. There wouldn't necessarily be an issue in terms of runoff. It's more making sure that the animals themselves, if the leaseholder has animals like cattle or sheep, that they're not in an area which would adversely affect the lake bed or contribute nutrients to the lake. And again, through fencing and land control with the leaseholder and changing the nature of the leases over time has made a big difference, say, compared to 20 years ago.
Just because if we want to be clear on the whole Canterbury braided river system, it's quite important that we're actually doing the same thing ourselves. Before we ask ECAN to... Yep. And I like I said, I don't have a lot of knowledge, but I think we are pretty good about trying to manage that. Could we possibly find out that our leases actually do not in any way aggravate the water quality?
I know just who to ask.
Thanks.
All right. So the resolution is that we receive the information in the report. Would someone like to move that? Pauline, seconded Sarah. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you. Look, I think just in terms of time, because I want to adjourn the meeting at 1 o'clock for lunch, I'm actually going to suggest a short lunch, half hour, which means I'll be late back, so I'll be an apology for lateness back from lunch, so I'll be, and Andrew can take over the chair for a period of time. And so what I might do is just let's do the terms of reference for committees and subcommittees of council, because the draft outline of the Otakaro Avon River Corridor Regeneration Plan will take a bit longer than half an hour, I suspect. Do you think? He's got good idea. There's just, there's a lot of questions around it, so So let's just...
Those questions could be actually answered in the delegation as well, if everybody was always happy with that.
Sorry? The Regen one. I'm just aware that there are a lot of questions around it. Eh? Dion.
Who's the staff member involved?
Helen Beaumont and Richard Osborne.
The answers, I suppose.
Right. So if it won't take very long. Okay. All right. So we'll move on to the Christchurch City Council draft response on the draft outline of the Takaro Avon River Corridor Regeneration Plan. Because what I'd like to do is move into public excluded so that we can come back at 1:30 and deal with the attachments for the report, so that when we can reconvene the meeting within a timely fashion in order to then move on. And if we could get an indication from people, I'd probably like to indicate to the media, for example, that we're likely to reconvene as a public meeting, probably around, would half an hour be enough for the PX components of that? There's a couple of other papers in PX, so we might as well just deal with the lot. So maybe about 2:30 reconvene for the final paper. Yep. All right. Mind you, if this is quick enough, we can get through both the both of these before lunch. That would be great. All right. Shall I hand over to staff just to give us a brief overview of the process that we're in, because I think some of the public commentary I've seen around this would indicate perhaps a misunderstanding around the process.
Do you want me to go? Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, this is a draft response from Council in relation to the draft outline which has been put together by Regenerate Christchurch. Now, Regenerate Christchurch is the only authority who can prepare an outline or regeneration plan for this area of land. So in terms of the outline itself, what it actually achieves, it's not the regeneration plan itself. What it must do is identify the opportunities for public engagement, set out, and really what it does is set out the process for developing a regeneration plan itself. So the substantive nature of the work is still yet to be done. Really this is the area that we're looking to develop a regeneration plan for, and these are the timeframes that we're looking to do it within, and this is the engagement process that we're looking to undertake with the public to get it done. So that's all it really does. It doesn't get into those substantive issues of what's right and what's wrong and what should be in and what shouldn't be in. Having said that, it is an important statutory document because the regeneration plan itself must be consistent with the outline. So it does have weight, it is important, but it's not the regeneration plan per se. It's not the main course, as it were. It's the entree. And where we are at the moment is that comments on the draft outline close on 21st of February, so we've certainly got a few days within which to make any changes and get it in to Regenerate Christchurch if you want to do that. And then if you look at page 101 of your agenda, that sets out the time frame within which Regenerate Christchurch will look to prepare a regeneration plan and the process that they will go through within which to do that.
Very good. So that's helpful, thank you. And a really good description. I think that entree main course really helps to clarify the process that we're in. So, questions? Phil?
Thank you. I just want to make sure, at the beginning, overarching issues, it is stormwater infrastructure is included there as an issue. When we turn to opportunities, on the next page, I want to find it, roads are clearly referred to, and I just want to make sure that in fact we retain necessary wastewater infrastructure, say, that we already have, that in fact we don't lose sight of what we need to retain. And clearly potable water will be another part.
Okay, so we could add a paragraph following the paragraph on the roading network, which addresses the wastewater and potable water infrastructure that crosses or services adjacent areas.
Yeah. Thank you, Helen.
Dion, then Yanni.
So, I mean, there is a fear, the community obviously got to look at this on the agenda the other day, so there is a fear that the Act states that we are a statutory partner and that feedback from the community isn't part of that statutory requirement from Regeneration Act. But Regeneration Christchurch, or Regenerate Christchurch, is asking for public feedback on this, which is absolutely fantastic. But there is a perception or a fear that those weightings of their opinions won't be the same as those statutory weightings from us, which is why I've got a whole lot of questions from some people in the community. So the main one that I saw that has come back to me was around the time frame being quite tight after 6.5 years of quite a little amount of community input, that they're going to create the regenerate or the draft regeneration plan within the next 6 months, or 6 months after the draft outline has been created. And then there's only 30 days for the community to have some feedback on that. And the other thing that feeds into that quite closely is around the information sharing. So there's a bit of a Regenerate Christchurch's a policy is around free, well, open information. However, we all know that, and this just comes down to trust, I think, a big part of this, and this is where we as a council should be giving a little bit more waiting on actually trying to show this trust. And so, because we all know what Sarah did with getting rid of the documents and everything like that. They had a policy and then they changed the policy. So we don't want to get into a situation where, the Regenerate Christchurch is saying, we'll give all this open information at the moment, and then maybe they withhold something. So I think it's just really, it needs to be very clear so that trust is built up within the communities. And I think it's just, and the other point here, and I think it would go into part 5 of our submission, is about the public. The public must absolutely be involved in the visioning process, and that it's not just Christchurch that's involved. It's actually something that could be wider for the impacts of this is actually wider for the whole South Island and maybe for New Zealand as well. So I mean, there's a couple of little points that we can do there. So how can we get some of those points? I was getting there, I've just got a lot to get through. I'd say, how can we get some of those points potentially put into what we're submitting, so that we can actually just give that assurance to our communities, as we are the statutory partner in this document for our communities, I suppose.
Do you want to address the time frame?
In terms of the time frame itself, it is 6 months, but there's always that balancing act between too fast and too slow, and you'll be aware of the time frame for the Act itself. But again, if I direct you to page 101, it's 6 months to prepare the draft, but then if you look at all the other 30 working days, that adds up to about 40 weeks. So by the time you get this plan signed off, you're looking at a year to a year and a half type process. So it's quite quick in the first tranche, I guess, in terms of getting the draft plan put out there. But while I can't speak for Regenerate Christchurch, I would imagine they would continue to be working on that right up until the time it's delivered. So it's the process as a whole needs to be considered, I think, because they will be consulting undoubtedly and engaging with the community the whole way through.
So each of those dates in page 101 is subsequential. So 6 months, and then 30 days, then another 30 days, then another 30 days.
Yeah, that's correct.
So that's about 40 weeks for the last part, and that's to get it up to the minister, who then needs to make the decision itself. So if you add the 40 weeks on to the 6 months, it's a reasonably chunky period of time in total.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that this is Regenerate Christchurch's process, and yes, the process is driven by the requirements of the Act, to a certain extent, and certain amount of time has to be left for certain things. But I think what the community are asking for, and I went back and read Evan Smith and Sylvia Smythe's article that was published in the press, and it is worth reading, because what what it does is it captures the essence, I think, of what Dion was saying, which is that there has been a loss of trust, and a new organisation has the shadow of what has happened before cast over whatever process it has to work with within the legislation. And I guess that they're looking for us as a council to reflect that to Regenerate Christchurch, that in terms of building trust, the more that the community can be engaged in feedback loops, the stronger the sense that this will be a participatory process. And given that this is exactly where we want to be ourselves as a council in terms of our decision-making processes, then I don't see any harm in just strengthening the language around that, because there is no question, I think, in the minds of anyone around this table, that it's got to be participatory. But there is a need for some speed, and I mean, any recovery document that you want to read that's ever been considered anywhere in the world always says that there is a need to balance speed with deliberation. So as long as you have the capacity to engage and embrace and put everything in the public arena as you're going through a process, then the stronger that ability to get speed will exist, because there won't be resistance. And I came up with a phrase which was take your time as quickly as you can, and that phrase was designed to sort of kind of express the view that if you don't consult, you will spend longer in the long run. So you've got to find the right engagement process. So as long as we use language that strengthens that desire in our submission, then I think that will meet that concern.
So if we add to perhaps that section 5 response, where we talk about the importance of that community participation and engagement, and perhaps use some of the words that Regenerate Christchurch have on their website, in fact, about co-creation, putting the community at the heart of what they do, and ask them to reflect that more strongly in their plan, rather than just refer to the principles on the website.
Yeah, I think that would be very helpful.
Yeah, I think making it a lot more explicit would be quite handy. The other one there, the other question I have is around the durability of the regeneration plan. It says within the draft that the draft outline that it will only go up to the expiry of the Regeneration Act.
But remember that the regeneration plan itself is what is required to change the underlying documents. The underlying documents don't get repealed on the...
I know the RMA and all that sort of stuff.
Our district plan.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
If our district plan is changed by the regeneration plan, then the district plan remains changed. It doesn't end in 5 years.
Yeah, but what I think what we're getting here is that if there's any sort of plans about doing something or doing things within those time frame, or within sort of what Regenerate Christchurch does, because we don't know what people will come back with in terms of a regeneration plan for that area, that if it does need something in that Regeneration Act and that Regeneration Act ends, then it just ends up being like one of those master plans again.
Which is why we have to crack on. So, I mean, it's...
You know what I'm saying?
You know, it is swings and roundabouts. So if we need powers that are available under the Act to be exercised, yes, they need to be exercised within 5 years. But if you're concerned about the underlying changes to the district plan, they do not end with the legislation. So, you know, I mean, this is the conversation that we need to have, and maybe that's also useful for Regenerate Christchurch to be publicly expressing you know, the nature of the changes that can be made under the Act, or the powers that can be exercised, because they are time limited in one respect, but not in terms of any changes to the district plan.
And there was one more.
Well,
I think that will become clear in the plan itself.
Yes.
And I think that is probably a matter for the council when it's involved in the regeneration planning itself, rather than a comment on the what is the plan for the plan.
Yeah, I mean, they just make explicit, they make comment in it in their draft outline, which is, I think, what was important there. And the other thing that I think that has come back is around the biodiversity. There's no mention of that at all.
Yes, so in our submission we have been very clear about the importance of the river corridor as a river corridor. So that's the conveyance functions of the river, but also the ecosystem functions of the river, the riparian margins and the estuary. So that's all captured within our submission here, and that's matters of biodiversity, water quality, landscape, and recreational opportunities.
Yeah, I thought that was a very powerful part of our
submission.
submission.
I mean, it just doesn't explicitly say those kind of things.
That's first part of our submission. Yeah. Yanni?
Thank you. I just had two quick questions. One was, I was just concerned that if there were ideas that, like we've heard how long it's going to take, so if there were ideas of things that we wanted to do as a community or a city in the red zone, do we have to wait for the end of this process in this area, or is there other mechanisms that we can use to get progress? And I mean, obviously, I raised the example of the Bill Sutton House, which I think we wrote about 4 years ago as a council, trying to get progress on that, still waiting. It would be really good to know that there was an opportunity to do things quicker than waiting for this plan, which will take another year and a half, if there is a kind of immediate need for some of these things to happen.
As staff, we think one of the important things that needs to be considered, and we've spoken to this in terms of our draft submission, is those transitional uses that may be established throughout the land subject to the regeneration plan, and we've used the example of a cycleway potentially along stock banks, and as you know, council's got broader plans for a city to see cycleway anyway. It might not be in the exact same location. I think that's the type of thing that certainly from what I understand from Regenerate Christchurch, they're keen to see happen. And yes, the plan process does take a little bit of time, but I don't think, my own personal view is that shouldn't be an absence of those transitional uses potentially being established in the interim. So those are the types of things that I think can occur on a transitional basis, but perhaps come permanent in the future. So that's something we've touched on in relation to the City to Sea cycleway, but it is something we could broaden if that's an issue you'd like us to bring out a little bit more.
Yeah,
we've just used an example.
I personally think it would be really good. I mean, you remember the idea for the Garden Heritage Park had a dwelling on it. That dwelling's now being demolished, so we lost the opportunity to have a transitional cafe, garden space, a whole bunch of structures and things, whether it's trees or houses, or what's left is being taken away before the community can even get into this process. So what little we've got going forward that may be of community use straight away, I think would be really good to have a process to identify and put into action something so that we don't lose it all. So if you think that we can, incorporate...
We could use examples like what we've done, what council and other groups have done within the central city, which has worked really well before the permanent works have got in, and we had a discussion on that earlier.
Possibly, although you will recall for the community orchard in the central city that we have a resolution through council to try and get security of tenure, because these groups ask us for funding to put in to capitalise the projects, and we have no security of tenure, which means for the people that are trying to raise money, it's incredibly difficult because they're told, well, why would we invest in something if you're on a month-to-month contract? So I think there is a kind of room for improvement, and it would be good just to maybe highlight that if we could. Just the second question I had was around in the council document on page 97, and I just wanted to ensure it's the second bullet point from the top, which says it's to enable the Crown to efficiently and effectively manage, hold or dispose of Crown-owned land within the area by determining through a robust and streamlined process the best use of land, including options for future use that might offer a financial return for the Crown. And I was just concerned, I mean, my understanding is we can't, if we were concerned about that, we can't remove it because that's a statutory thing that is enshrined in legislation. But I was concerned that it may be hard for the community to advocate for community projects if that's hanging over one of the outcomes of this process.
I think the framework for the regeneration planning has multiple objectives. and the regeneration plan itself and the engagement with the community will have to navigate its way between those multiple objectives. And that one that you raise is certainly one that is there, and there'll be some land within the residential red zone that is possibly capable of remediation and of some sort of development in the future that may provide a return to the Crown, and I suspect that is underlying that. That use is not necessarily in conflict, of course, with wider community values, and in some areas future residential development or commercial development could well contribute to the well-being of the broader area, and particularly as you move eastern towards some of those key activity centres, it may actually reinforce those key activity centres and add to the urban form of the city. So that'll be a question for the regeneration plan process itself.
So, I mean, I just thought a principle should be, I personally felt that people who have lost their property in the red zone actually do have some right in terms of if it's going to be sold off to future people to develop on, places where people lived and had their homes without any offer back to them would seem a little bit unfair.
I've already raised this, you know, with them and with the minister
maybe we could just
on other occasions, but I don't think it's appropriate for the outline, because there is no determination at this stage as to whether there will be development in those areas. But I think it would be not unreasonable to consider making property that was being redeveloped available. And it would have to be by ballot anyway, because if there was more interest than there were positions, but that would be buying at market value at the time, not at the rate that they were paid for their land.
Yeah, I just feel if people are forced off their land, then there should be some obligation to go back to those people before it's sold.
Yes, but the law didn't allow that because they voluntarily sold it. We voluntarily sold it.
But we know the whole history of that.
Yes, I know we know the history of it, but in the contract we signed with the government, we signed an agreement that we wouldn't have a right of refusal if the land was subsequently developed.
That's right, it would be remediated before any of it was offered to anyone, so
but
it
it's
wouldn't be the
now
same price.
$12.51, so you're proving me wrong. You're proving yourselves wrong. I didn't think this would take a short period of time.
Sorry, there's one more thing that just going on from what Yanni said. I suppose we're very passionate about this, so it's very important.
I don't think anyone else is. I'm not.
What's that?
Sorry, I'm being sarcastic. Carry on.
Thank you. There's no mention at all about people who still live there, and the comment in the actual draft outline talks about the plan will take over all of the red zone land, but there's actually no mention of those people who are in and around that, and how they're going to be impacted and what's going to happen with them. So I think we actually do need to respect those people that live there, and when we're talking about doing these things.
Which is why their website is very respectful of them, and
absolutely.
If that's not specifically identified in the outline, then I think it has to be.
Thank you.
With those amendments, people are generally happy to delegate authority to Carleen and myself to sign off the final wording. All right, so would someone like to move that? Jamie, seconded Phil. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, we've got 7 minutes before 1 o'clock. Can we get started on the terms of reference? We've actually been consulting with people as we've been going around, and hopefully we've captured all of the amendments. So if you could move to the motions that they've actually been put together as a motion from individual councillors, particularly the chairs of the committees concerned. But for the sake of this discussion, could we just have Deputy Mayor Turner, seconded Phil Clearwater, the lot, And let's just go through them. So the first one is to provide a delegation to the, clear that, thank you. Provide a delegation to the Innovation and Sustainable Development Committee to develop the terms of reference and for the development forum. So adopt revised terms of reference for the development forum at its first meeting. The second one is that the Social and Community Committee terms of reference delegates to the Multicultural Subcommittee responsibility to consider and report back to the committee matters relating to the multicultural strategy, and notes that this empowers the Multicultural Subcommittee to start meeting, and that the Council asked the Social and Community Committee to adopt terms of reference for the Multicultural Subcommittee. Carry up. And then the Housing Task Force meeting, we don't need the word cycles, that the Housing Task Force meetings are held as required instead of quarterly. And that's just to give that sense of momentum and urgency to the work of the task force, which may have differing needs in terms of meeting times. There are 4 people on the task force and that are get on with the task. And then there's an addition of social housing, which was actually an oversight, just a typo absence. So good eyes for spotting that. The terms of reference for the ITI committee include conservation of resources and sustainability, i.e. natural environment, including the waters, aquifers, ecology and conservation of resources. And no, sustainability sustainability isn't being added. Can you take that and sustainability out? And then at the bottom it says, identify that the committee encourages sustainable solutions, just one word, solutions is a good idea, encourages innovative approaches and sustainable solutions. The reason for that is that we're not crossing over into the work that's in the innovation. Yeah, it's not the ISIS committee. It's the Innovation and Sustainability Committee. Yes?
Just on that wording where it says encourages sustainable solutions, aren't we good to aim for achieves sustainable solutions? Isn't that a bit of wording? I mean, it's just a question, but...
You need to go back to the actual terms of reference to see how that one's written. Sorry, we'll come back to that, but carry on down. That the terms of reference for Social and Community Committee identify responsibility for the public realm. That terms of reference for ITI be amended to read delegates to the Land Drainage Recovery Working Group the responsibility to consider and report back to the committee on matters relating to the land drainage recovery program, including opportunities for betterment. A tidy up of the terms of reference for the Civic Awards Committee and making it clear that the committee reports directly to Council, and that the terms of reference delete the committee's delegation to the Civic Award community. What? Oh, sorry. Yes. So they're delegating it to this. Yes, that's fine. And that's all of those. So go back to the one that Aaron raised. Can we encourage us? Are we able to change the word?
Well, it'll encourage across other committees as well, not just achieve it themselves.
Or endeavours to achieve?
Yeah, I haven't got the list in front of me, so where is the list? Sorry. So the Infrastructure, Transport and Environment Committee encourages opportunities for citizenship, community participation. This is picking up strategic directions. Works in partnerships with key agencies, groups and organisations, and encourages innovative approaches and solutions. And we're adding to that the word sustainable. So it's got encourages innovative approaches and sustainable solutions. So the idea is that that's the strategic direction of the council as a whole, and it's not specific to this committee. So it's across committees.
Yeah, but I would have thought that we've given ourselves a target to reduce carbon emissions over time.
Yes, but that's the other committee. That's what I'm trying not to do, is I'm trying not to create a conflict between two committees who are committed to working together on this issue where there is a crossover. Yeah.
Measurable results will probably be in the work programs. So these are broad terms of reference. So when you get down to you want a measurable target, you put
measurable,
that in the work
yeah.
Program.
One question.
Yeah.
So the innovation and sustainability deals with the major events through the new TEED. The other community events, where is that currently sitting? So
social.
Do you want to amend
They're sort of term more community events rather than major metropolitan.
yes. So do you want to keep them?
It's in there. It says community events, programs and activities.
Yeah. Do you want to keep them?
I think it's part of
Okay, that's fine.
utilisation of parts
Fine.
and social.
Totally fine.
Oh, I see. You were.
I was just thinking if you.
Look,
not really a big difference between a major and minor.
If you look, let's just leave it to you guys. If you can, I mean, it doesn't matter. This is not the end of the road. You can always come back with changes. But if you can agree changes that make sense, then I'm sure the rest of the council will endorse it. So, so all of those amendments have been moved en bloc. But if people are generally comfortable, if we can go back right up to the top, and that the council receives the information in this report, adopts the draft terms of reference as amended what is it? As amended. As amended by this resolution. Yeah, as amended by the, so instead of describe, yeah, as amended by this resolution, thank you. Notes that council staff will to develop work programs, notes the following amendments to the council as established under the Local Government Act, notes that the terms of reference for the delete council strategic, as this is already in the terms of reference for the Strategic Capability Committee. Right. So, so if the two movers and seconders are happy, then I can accept them as moving and seconding the whole. And Yanni.
One was, I'm not clear what's happening with cycleways. I see there's no request for delegation. So.
That'll be a separate item on council agenda. It's not part of the terms of reference.
Yeah.
Well, delegations are actually part of this. There's a number of committees that make reference to delegations.
So at the moment, the terms of reference only identify where they're delegating down to subcommittees. There'll be a full report back about the
Delegations. Yeah.
Okay, do we have a time frame for that?
Must be soon. Soon.
The time frame?
Yep.
It's just that we're currently in consultation and we don't know what processes. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
And then the other thing is just in terms of the Strategic Capability Committee, I see there's no reference to reporting back to council.
Yes, there is.
That I could find. So has that changed or?
There, 4A. 4A on the
Right. So.
But
Okay.
actually,
So it's just.
is that right though? Should it be reporting directly to council or should it be reporting through you?
No.
No?
Council.
It's all right?
Yeah.
Okay, just checking.
So just because in the finance
Just
committee there was strategic
want
relationship
everyone to be happy.
with the Crown.
Yeah.
So
it's my husband's birthday.
No, it's not that.
has that been changed? Has it?
I think it's been changed, yeah, because it was a double up with the
Okay.
All good?
So, right, okay, so we're going to make it clear that, so is there any delegation to the Strategic Capability Committee?
We're not doing delegations yet,
Right.
but at this stage, it's just to report.
So things like, we've got other ones where we say, you know, we'll report to council, remit it to council.
We need to just refine
So,
Eh?
We do need to just refine that wording to make sure that it's clear that the committee considers and reports to council, just like all the other ones have got.
so like if you take for example, council remuneration and employment policy, I don't know whether that committee is going to make recommendations to council on it, or whether they're just going to do it.
No, they're going to make recommendations.
Right. So, yeah, so maybe it just should say the Strategic Capability Committee is responsible for making recommendations to council on X, Y, Z.
Yeah. Well, except that advising and supporting the mayor, so maybe is responsible for advising and supporting the mayor to lead the development of the long-term plan, etc., leading and overseeing the council's strategic relationship with the Crown, leading and overseeing specific strategic projects of shared interest and interface with the Crown, knowing that we can't make any agreements without council. So, and then is responsible for making recommendations on matters relating to performance of the Chief Executive, organisational capability, council remuneration, and actually any decisions arising out of that the Strategic Capability Committee can make a recommendation. But the LTP is not dependent on a recommendation coming from the Strategic Capability Committee because it always reports to council.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
Yeah.
But anything to do with cost share, for example, would come back to council?
Or for decisions, absolutely.
No, it's not.
Yeah, but it's for decisions. This is not being delegated decisions. So yes, it needs to be made clear that it's responsible for leading and overseeing those, but it's not decision making.
Okay.
So as long as we can get the wording clarified for that. Yeah. Yep.
Cool, thanks.
All right, so we've got the whole thing now moved and seconded as a single resolution. So I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. And it's 6 minutes past 1. That's not bad. So I would like to move that we go into the public excluded part of the meeting. It will be my intention after this is carried to adjourn this meeting, and after we have concluded the items in public excluded, we will return for the public consideration of item number 10, the last item on the agenda. And if we could give, hopefully early on in the piece, we can give a reasonable indication to the media as to when that might likely be. But at this stage, we would be aiming to be back in the public arena before 2:30. Yeah. All right, so I'll move that, seconded by Andrew. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. I'll adjourn the meeting until, what time do you want to come back? 1:40 or 1:45? 1:45. The meeting is adjourned to 1:45. Thank you.
front of us. But Vicky, you're wanting to move something different than that?
I was just going to suggest that so that we have the information available on the amount of renewable energy we will actually be consuming. Yeah?
So that's the wording we've got in front of us here, that the council leave the report to lie on the table until the meeting of the 23rd of February to enable staff to provide additional information on the amount of renewable energy that will be consumed.
By Christchurch, yeah.
Purchased.
For additional
information, I think so.
But that's what it's on, yeah.
And it's known what that additional information is, that's fine. Okay, so that's moved by
I'm happy to
Vicky.
move it,
Yep. Do I have a second to Pauline? And from a staff point of view, that works fine. You can provide that information within that time frame. All right, great. So moved and seconded. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? That's carried. Thank you. So that brings us to the end of the meeting. So we'll declare the meeting closed. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Unless it's PX information, and it won't be because it's just about the amount of. So really, it is of the energy we use, how much of it can we guarantee is renewable? As long as there's no commercial sensitivity around that, if it's information that's not.
I'm quite happy that we take on